Cam should be worried. Cam put too much money on a soccer match. Very, very worried Cam should be. Called out 15 times this week of work. Good. Good. I get about £150 per call out, so I don't care. What? Work. Yeah. Fair enough. That's fair. That's fair. Alright. No, you don't. No, you don't. No one likes on-call shifts. They're the worst. They're horrible. They suck. Left foot end. Right foot end. You need to drive right now so you can't watch the final. Unfortunate. Let's fix these up. So we're going to finish off this armature today. We're going to set up the rig as well. So something for the eyes, something for these controls here that cause this to like about move and whatnot. Also have rig for the hands and fingers and stuff like that. I'm just wondering how this section's going to work, because this upper part here we mounted to that. And then those two just control this part bending. Yeah, something like that. Close, Cam. They almost got a goal. This close. Like, for now, I'm happy with this robot. But I think down the track, I'm going to remodel it. Like, I'll keep the torso and the waist and the head. Like, the hips and the legs, I'll change. And this elbow joint and the forearm I'll change as well. Yeah, I think for now it's fine. Let's see. Oh, damn. I hate trying to get this. Aligned. Like, even this one here isn't aligned perfectly. Needs to go there. About there's center. Excellent. This is going to be... Which finger is this? The middle finger. Middle finger. Nourish! How we doing? G'day, you dunce. What up, Credential? Are you still a slightly crazy C++ aficionado? What up, White Blue? How you doing? What were you up to today, Nourish? Being fantastic, I bet. What up, Q's? Do you like our robot? You're even more crazy nowadays? Well, I mean, you can't get more sane. If you get more sane, then you get bored. Like, duh. I do need to remodel this. I do need to, like, for now, for our current purposes, it's going to work. But down the track, I want to, like, remodel around here, like around the hip, as well as around the arm and the shoulder, and like where it connects to the hand as well. I want to change those. But for now, it'll work. Yeah. What up, Mungalo? Philosopher Zero, yeah, getting stabbed by a bot on stream. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, I don't have my mech suit on, but I can be a bot on stream that stabs bots. All my bugging to help with my homework. Znarish. Znarish is the one you're bugging. I hope this works, because the whole idea that I have with this is that I can motion capture it. I really want to motion capture this. They still teach C++? I thought AI moved to Java or C#. Of course they still teach C++. Because you need people that understand C++ to fix AI stuff when it doesn't work. Yeah. Let's see. That forward slightly. Plus Unreal is C++, no. It is when it works. When it works. I've had far too many instances of Unreal Engine not working for me. And that's just because Epic Games don't care about Unreal Engine working on Linux. That's all there is to it. When it doesn't, is it C++? Correct. That is correct. Gotta make it perfect. Do you like C++ though? I don't. I'm getting my BS in game programming and development at over 40. It's a journey. I dislike going for, like, if I was gonna go get another degree, I've already got a degree in IT, and I stacked that degree full of programming units. Like 60% of my degree was programming units. So I'm not gonna bother going back to uni for like a game programming or a master's of whatever. If anything, I would go back to uni to do like a bachelor's of physics or a bachelor's of mathematics or biology or something like that. You know, something that's a different field, because that way I feel like the money's actually worth it. Bachelor of... The main issue with the Bachelor of Physics and stuff like that, though, is they don't generally do those online. So you have to like actually go into the uni. Need the structured learning. Physics would be interesting for sure, though I doubt my abilities. That works. That looks good. That looks good. I should rename these too. Whoops. I'm addicted to dairy products. I need to cook dinner, but all I want right now is cheese. Is a cheese sando. Make a really fancy cheese sando for dinner. Go like all Gordon Ramsay on it. Where like Ramsay went to make a toasted cheese sandwich, and he ended up he made a toasted sandwich, and it had cheese on it, but it also had some like steak or something in it. It had some caramelized onion. It had some tomato. And it's like, well, that's not a cheese sandwich. You could do that though, you know. Too bad all I have is chili ingredients for chili. Why don't you make a toasted chili sandwich? Throw some cheese on there. That sounds pretty good to me. That's not how you spell ring. That's how you spell right. Jeepers. Thank you, Fanga. Thank you, Fanga. Alright, now we need to do the thumb. Again, that's not how you spell ring. That's how you spell right. Jesus Christ. My God. Why can I not spell the word that I want to spell? There we go. There we go. Now. Sammy, you could say that I need that word to ring a bell. This is the pinky finger. Fuck's sake. Does it have teeth? No. The robot does not have teeth, thankfully. Ah, tasty. How will the robot masticate if no teeth? Behind this panel here is an entire mastication system. I gotta tell you, one of my favorite hobbies, like one of my favorite things to do by myself is masticate. Just, I don't have to worry about people seeing me get anything in my beard and mustache. I just like get a burger. Gonna go work and go cook. Have a nice one. Have a good one, Manna. I hope your toasted chili sandwich comes out amazing. Yeah. Mastication's a good hobby. It is a good hobby. It is. It's also healthy. Yeah. Put that there. There we go. There we are. Alright, so this is thumb. Looking good. Now, how the hell do you create a... how the hell do you create a rig? I'm going to save this here. And I'm going to commit this up. Yeah, that's fine. Huh. Where do I have this stored? Where do I have that file stored? There we go. This is going to be a large blend file. Very large blend file. I was having loads of fun with Bubbleshop Sim until my video card overheated because I was running at 4K. Then it randomly closed the game. I think that's what happened anyway. Interesting. Interesting. There should be a log file. There should be 2 log files. Inside the Bubbleshop Sim directory of your app data, if you're on Windows. Inside the logs folder of Bubbleshop Sim, there'll be a Godot log and there'll be a Bubbleshop Sim log. So you can send both of those to me, and I can see what happened. I need to stop making such good coffee. Because I could down coffee all day tasting this good. Okay. So, you empty weights. Right foot ente. Time to assign all the vertex groups. Let me do this. Let me do this. Oh yeah. Send it through to me. But those other issues fixed up, Sammy? We need this to blend. And that needs to blend between both of those as well. All of that becomes upper chest. This one here is left mechanism. This one's right mechanism. What up, boy? Making more Terminators to conquer Earth, I reckon? Of course. I mean, I only need one. Earth's doing perfectly fine at taking itself out. That there is going to be left upper arm. That also needs to be right upper arm. Do left hand. Left thumb. Left index finger. middle. Hells yeah. I hope this comes out perfectly first try. Because having to redo this would suck. This would be right lower arm. Hand. Index. You know what I'm gonna do? This thing here. Turn that off. That makes it a lot easier to actually see what I'm doing. What up, New Jank? How you doing? Okay, if I... this one here... Because in pose mode, it's only moving that. Ah. Parent needs to be head. Your parent needs to be head. Your parent needs to be head. Chest, left upper arm, lower arm. Left hand. Getting a bit handsy? We are. We are. Get you someone that looks the way this robot looks at anything. That might not work out well for you in the long run. I'm not sure you want... At least not this specific robot. Yeah. The way this specific robot looks at people. Not good. Not good at all. Okay. So now, I rotate that. Yeah, sweet. You we hit as well. Excellent, and that spins around top of that. And this bends. So we need to set up this middle bit. The middle bit's gonna be rubber, like a cover, a movable connection. So as it bends, we need it to be weighted one, like up here, 1 to this, down here, be like 0 to this, and then do the opposite. So if we assign that to lower chest, and then we need to go into weight painting. Okay. Shit. Actually, no, yeah. Remove. Assign. Remove. Assign. That's not going to be correct. I'll tell you that much. We need the very top ones to be weighted to this, and at the bottom. So we want that. Assign to upper chest. Want that. To assign to hips. Uh-oh, Cam. Uh-oh. So, I guess what I could do... With any animations I do, I could always remove any... Like, obviously, if I rotate this... I still need to have this stuff connect up. But never have this one bend forward. It would always be this one bends forward. Yeah, that one bends forward. That one bends forward. And that's what it does to pick stuff up. Yeah. Root bone's right there. I think, yeah, these two I think need to be parented to the root bone, don't they?
I declare bankruptcy.
Yep, that's what happens when you bet all of your money on a soccer game. Yeah, that's better. Alright. That can go to left upper arm. Oh, sorry, left upper leg. Ow! Oh my god. That hurt. I think all of that be removed, and we can assign the rest of it to hip. Actually, select all, remove. Assign. Oh, whoops. I'm an idiot. So all of that. Signs there. I feel like I want all of it. Apart from that, to be assigned to hips. Take all of that. Oh, for fuck's sake. I did it again. What up, Squid? How you doing? Remove. Remove. So if we get rid of all of that... Oh, they almost got a second goal, Cam. Almost. This isn't gonna work either. See how it like stretches. I need to weight it. Living on a Sunday. Robot looking robot. Yeah, it's trying to get these connections to move. Because they need to blend. They can't just be weighted like that. Because like it might have worked up here since this part here is not gonna bend. It's only gonna be this that bends and this that bends. Like the other two won't ever bend. And it's like that's the constraint. So like this one can't bend past there because that's when the metal connects. But this... That's not correct. How's it still 25 degrees Celsius at 11 p.m.? Temperature. That's how. Yeah. I don't know what they were doing there, but... Okay. So that there. We need it to be a gradient. There it is. I knew there was a tool. The hell? Let's see what that's done. Not quite. I think I need more vertices around here. Looks like it could be good. Let's see what this left upper leg. Yeah, down there needs to have no weight for the hip. All right. Alright, I'm going to give you his words. I'm going to go get myself another coffee because this is going to be a coffee-heavy day with all this weight painting going on. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to worry too much about it because, as I said earlier, this is just going to be our initial robot. We're going to remake the robot and get rid of a bunch of bits that we don't actually need. So I'm gonna BRB for a coffee. Back in a minute. I'm back. No one got sewer. Nice. Nicely done. Next ads. Next ads, we keep going. Alright, so Cam has lost a ton of money. So we all need to make fun of him, make him feel bad for actually gambling. So that way he doesn't gamble again. Yep. Yeah, I'm not too... I'm not too concerned about. This stuff being perfect. Because I want to... Let's see. I want to remake the robots. But this is just going to be a testing robot to like test out motion capture and make sure that that's something I can actually do. But I'll want to remake them. Kind of make them look... Make them look more futuristic sci-fi kind of thing. Where are they? Where's a good reference? There's something more like that. I want to make them more like that. So I'm gonna have to practice my sketching and my drawing as well, so I can like, yeah. And this will be something that I can easily like. I can sculpt this, and then create the mesh around that. But that's down the track. That's future us. Assign there. There we go. Left upper leg. Yeah, I can leave that. So I'm literally just assigning all of this to right upper leg. Can I copy the weights? Do that 600. What? What? Why? Why? 413 mirrored. I guess I'm just gonna have to try and replicate as best I can. I think Faith misunderstood what I meant when I said go out with a bang. Yep. I mean, Cam, this is what happens when you bet. This is what happens when you gamble. Alright? What's the expression? The house always wins. Only £900. Cam, that's more money than I get on Twitch in like 3 months. So yeah, but like sure you made that money back by working, but you could have had that money. That's £900 that you could have had. Half that money I made from gambling. Okay. That's good enough for the time being. I'm gonna remodel it anyway. So doesn't matter. And the future model's not going to have, like, these parts that bend and warp and stuff like that. There. Now the big question. Big question. How do we create the rig? I think it's something to do with setting where was it? Auto IK. Add temporary IK constraints while grabbing bones in pose mode. Because that is what we need to do. We need to set up the IK constraints and stuff. I think it's under here. Yeah, we've got to set this stuff up. Stretch. Okay. So... limit rotation. That and that. That's as far back as I'd want it to go. Ooh. Because this is on the armature, not the bone. Bone constraint. We want to limit rotation. What? -84. The max of... what? -84, 120. Well, that's wrong. That's very clearly wrong. Because it's not the X that I wanted to do it to, was it? How do we... owner? local space. So that takes it back that way. And that doesn't do anything. But yeah, we don't want that to rotate at all. We don't want that to rotate at all. So we don't want the X and the Y to rotate. Oh, sorry, the Z and the Y to rotate. We only want the X to rotate. Negative 140. Positive 16. But if I do 16, negative 140, now it doesn't rotate at all. Okay, so pose space. Pose space is what we want. Gamer, how are we? Pose space. If we have this... Interesting. Oops. So that's not doing shit. Notice how it's not doing anything. Why? Why is that not? You're local with parent, maybe? Okay, so that's a local with parent. It only goes backwards. Why does it only go backwards? Because the roll. Because it's only going to negative. Alright. So that's its arms movement. We can do the same thing over here. Add a bone constraint of limit rotation. Cursor to selected. Okay, so that's only going backwards. Let's turn that off. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. We have some bone limits and whatnot. Today I made my first multiplayer game in Godot. A card game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Nice. Nice. Can you summon the monsters in front of you? Have you created like a little Raspberry Pi type device that has a little display screen that can project the monsters that you have summoned on the field? You know, so that way you're playing the game, and you're like, alright, I summon this. And then like a little hologram of the monster just like appears in front of you. That would be cool. We're gonna get rid of those. Now this is going to need some limit rotation as well. Oh. I don't like this. This is frustrating. The roll needs to be correct. Minimum 80, max. What? 80 and 140. It's gonna be 220. $240. I don't want that to be able to rotate like so. You know what? We're not going to worry about these at the moment. Because I'm probably going to have to redo a lot of this. What we need... So if I want the motion capture to happen, what I would need to have... Is there a recording? So how are we saving this stuff? What up, Joad? I'm making a puzzle game, but choose a directory to save your BVH recordings instead of having to choose where to save them each time. That's what I need. That's what I want. Where are we saving these? Let's save it there. Is it automatically saving each time? Is that what it's doing? So currently what I'm doing is I'm trying to get motion tracking set up so I can do animations for this. That's the main goal at the moment. Slime VR. BVH. Recording. By recording BVH files directly from our software. So we've got this, but there's nothing in here actually going through. The BVH stuff. Because this video here goes through VMC 4B. This should have start, stop buttons, commands, and record all tracker animations in new file. Reuse or refactor auto bond recorder. Probably separate classes for capturing and writing data, so we can reuse code burst data. There's no GUI yet, and I believe the BBH is still only mostly functional. We'll look into it later, I just haven't had much time recently. Also want to refactor transform. So update this issue. BBH is pretty much fully working now. From here, most stuff will be improvements, functionality, configuration, etc. But how do I enable it? Make an app which solves problems, and there is success. So here's the BBH recorder. Hierarchy section, bone structure and joint relationships, motion selection, frame by frame rotation data for each bone. So I'm assuming that as soon as I set, because it has here, user start recording. It's like, but how? Ah, there we go. Record BBH. So it's down here. So once I have the trackers set up and whatnot, I can click record BBH. And what that'll do is record the motion into the folder that I have selected. I'll record the animation into the folder I have selected. And then I should be able to import motion capture BVH right there. And then that should, because of how these bones are named, because these bones are named according to what Slime VR saves it out as, it should give animation to these. I hope. If that works, I'm gonna be ecstatic. If that works, it's going to be the greatest goddamn thing ever. I think for now, what I want to do is get a rig set up. So in Blender, I need to create a rig. Okay. Showing character animation rings. Okay, so there's this stuff here. Control a chain of bones by specifying the end bone target. Object for the pole rotation. Target object. Ooh. Interesting. Adding inverse kinematics and constraints manually. So I need to create the rig first, because this has the meta rig there. What up, Max Wattage? How you doing? Let's start with the legs and arms. These two areas where IK makes really shine. Ring and Blender, IK helps move characters' foot and hand, and have the rest of the limb follow naturally. It makes animation smoother, more intuitive, and way faster. To set it up, add a new control bone, like a foot controller. Select the shin or forearm bone, and add an IK constraint. Choose the control bone as the target. Don't forget to add the pole target, usually a separate small bone, to guide the knee or elbow direction. Okay. So, where do I need to put this though? Do an Unreal Engine dev, but I'm gonna need to get my head around Blender and character animation soon. Yeah, it's definitely a process. It's gonna be frustrating. So I'm setting up a custom character rig at the moment because I'm going to hopefully be able to use my Slime VR to record animations and import them into Blender and have them map onto this armature. And then I'll need to clean them up, and which is going to require me to have a control rig. So this is... like, do I need that to be like here or something? Or can I leave it there? Or does it want to be there? Or does it want to be there? Know what I mean? Almost sounds easier if you say it fast enough. I mean, yeah, that's true. All we need to do is set this up, and then we're done. I can make it even faster and make it sound even easier. Just do it, and then it's done. Solved. Problem solved. I actually noticed the other day I was faster. I was tinkering around with Blender, or not Blender, Stanley Parable for like as part of my devlog for this game, and I found out that there's a part in Stanley Parable where they put you into the portal facility, and I was like, oh. Stanley Parable already beat me to the Stanley Parable portal combination. Shit. Jersey, 50 stream streak. Beautiful. Beautiful. He's out of bounds. Formatting error number is required. Huh. Let's have a look at that log that you sent me for like the Godot log. Sammy. And I'm noticing that there's like some string formatting errors. And there's like an array out of bounds exception. So that could be what's causing the issue that you have seen. Load this one. Oh, you've sent me the Godot log twice, Sammy. Or you've sent me two Godot logs. Was there no? Yeah, it looks like that string formatting error number is required. Index P, index out of range. And it does that every time. Interesting. I'm going to look into fixing that, Savo. Sent two logs. I don't think there's anything in the small log, but the big log has some errors for sure. Yeah. Nah, sweet. All good. The last time I did any inverse kinematics math was 1990. I don't need to do the math, thankfully. I don't need to do the math. Like, so all I need to do is this bone here. I just need to go like left hand IK. And then add a new control bone, like a foot controller. Select shin or forearm bone, add an IK constraint, choose the control bone as the target. Don't forget to add a pole target, usually a separate small bone, to guide the knee or elbow direction. I'm actually going to have this left elbow pole, duplicate it, go left hand IK, Brag, he knows his left from right. Hey, I'm left-handed gamer, so you'd be surprised at the number of times that I get my left and right confused. Right? I know just then it looked like I pointed to the right and the left, but you gotta remember, I'm actually flipped. So left and right. Okay? Don't. Yeah. Inverse kinematics math rapidly gets into stuff like matrix inversion and then quaternions. It's pretty hairy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. What up, Yochik? I know your hands float to the opposite time sometimes, so it's all relative. It is all relative. For instance, I'm relatively sure that this is going to make me angry before the end of the day, all of this IK stuff. I know that doesn't make sense, but I don't care. You'll be a pro in like 2 days. Yuck. Yuck. Not in 2 days, because in 2 days in 2 days I have my day off. So hopefully by the end of tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, I want to be a pro. So. But this already has the meta rig. So, like, do I need to... So, is theirs just named Meta Rig? No, because that's not a skeleton. That's not an armature. Hang on. I'm gonna assume they don't have a rig. That's what I'm gonna assume. Wait, you guys take days off? I never seem to do that. You should. You should. We got ads coming in, so I'm gonna shuffle some stuff around here. Like so. We're going to do words for the ads, and then we're going to get back into it. So people don't miss out on the edumacations. We like to show people what we're doing so that they can learn with us. Thank you for the hydrate, Lean. Let's see. Dash. Wash. Soda. Ooh. Owls. Shod. Wads. Woads. Whoa. Damn. Oh, no. I have no idea what that W word is. Whose? No. Was. I got no idea. Anyway, next round. Fits. Snap. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. How are we doing? Now I need to change my ears now so that I'm not hearing myself on repeat 4 times. There we are. How you doing? You're in time for words. We're just wrapping up our ad break. Tell everyone what you were doing, Yana. Bats, sats, sits, bits, hats, tiss, tissy, fiats. Cooking the map, nice. Once this is over, I'll show you what we're working on. It's enough to make your mind cave in, because it's making my mind cave in. So I just assumed that everyone else's mind would cave in. Fist, no. Phase. Stays. Got it. Sifts? No. Fasts? Nice. Level 8 on the next ad break. We're doing this stuff. Ooh. We're doing this. So we've got our robot. This is a temporary robot. We're going to remodel parts of it in the future. Yeah. We're going to redo the arm here and the connection to the hand. We're going to redo around here. And we're going to redo this middle section here. Currently, what we're doing is we're figuring out how to create a control node. Well, not a control node, a control rig sort of thing. Like, yeah. Because my Slime VR has this little button down here, the record BVH. Okay, and record BVH is fantastic because in Blender you can import motion capture.bvh files. So I will hopefully be able to use my Slime VR and my treadmill to create walk, run, jog animations and import them into here. And then I just need control rigs to like clean them up and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I hope it's very simple. I hope it's not complicated at all. Because if it's complicated, I'm probably gonna quit. Don't hurt yourself trying to run on a treadmill. Excuse me, Sammy. Excuse me. Do I look like I can fall over on a treadmill? Now we can mocap every unique bobble. Give the bobbleheads motion capture. No. But yeah, if anyone knows how to how to set up this stuff, how to set up like control nodes and IK and stuff like that, let me know, because it's definitely breaking me. Because I feel like this should have an IK where the pole is that, and the target is that. But see how that now bends that off? And it's because this needs to be... left hand. Something like that, maybe? Maybe. No. That's not correct. Ooh. That's not at all. Okay. Interesting. But you don't even have the pole target set. He's doing the wave. Doing the wave. I'm sorry. That's stupid. I'm building a facial capture helmet using 3D printing and a stereo camera. Going to capture audio and the mouth movements at the same time and then animate a metahuman's face. Nice. Nice, very smart. I don't know. I don't know if this is supposed to have... Okay. I would need to create the rig and then mount. Okay. This is where the rig really starts acting like a useful tool, not just a bunch of bones. At the end of this section, you have fully functional rig. I don't have a fully functional rig. This is gonna be annoying. What up, Mike? You might be able to help me with this. Ow, that hurt. Also, Yana, if you need to take care of yourself for after stream, having dinner or whatnot, go for it. I'll be here crying inside. I'll be crying on the inside. Trying to understand this and just praying for the day that I don't need to do this anymore. Pray for the day that Blender just automatically does all of this stuff for me because it becomes so advanced and so good. It's important to separate your deforming bones, those that actually move the geometry, from non-deforming bones. This keeps your 3D character rig tidy, modular, and easy to debug. Every bone has a checkbox in its properties called deform. For control bones or any other bones used purely for mechanics, you could uncheck that box. Okay. Sunday night, of course, pubs are closed and can't be alcohol at the stores past 10, as it's past 10 p.m. Well, that sucks. So do I need to put these into a different rig? Separating control and deformation layers, you avoid unintended weight influence. Also improves performance, well-optimized rig uses fewer deformed bones, which makes viewport playback smoother and speeds up renders. Kind of clean rig layering is standard practice for every Blender rig without add-ons. Always create production level rigs. Planning to scale your project, you might want to hire a dedicated rigging artist. You haven't taken me through how to actually create the control rig. Like, you've just taken me through how to set up an IK bone. There's nothing in here about actually generating the control rig or anything like that. what I'm meant to do for my sorrows. Reflect and go, maybe I shouldn't gamble. Yeah. What up, Em? Under one of those drop downs is a generate rig thing you can check, I think. Because there's Rigify, but that's only if you're using like a meta rig armature. But I'm not using a meta rig armature. I'm using a custom. Do I have to define Rigify type? No, because I want it to be a custom control. Like, I want it to be a custom. I don't want to rely on Rigify to do all this stuff for me. Because then I'm not learning anything. Yeah. Best series you found? I mean, yeah, I'm not. I don't watch other people's stuff on stream. It's like I need like a text tutorial that takes me through it. Because if I watch someone else's stuff, then it's like I gotta be careful of them using certain music and stuff like that, and it becomes a whole issue. Start our Blender character rigging in the next section. Okay, so skeleton, center, yep. So we've got all that stuff set up. We've got the armature created. Go away. We've got that all set up. We've got the deform set up already. G'day, Duck. How you doing? Hey. Neck there, da da da. Fuck off. Oh, damn it. We can go over to add and down to where it says armature. Yep, so I've already done that. Yep, not bothering with that. Let's see. Got a basic framework running at present with notification, toasts, and all. Nice. Nice. Need to add menus and such to it soon. What's quacking? Is it for your next project? It is. It is. I need to set up a control rig for this armature here. But I need to find something that actually takes me through how to create that control rig. because I'm going to use Slime VR. There's down in the corner here, you can see the record BVH button, which means I can record my motion, like my movements, in Slime VR, have it save out, and then in Blender, I can import the motion capture BVH. What up, Adagon? How you doing? G'day, you good dunce. I hope you've caught that little tidbit there. Because if I can import the motion capture BVH files and apply them to this, I can then use my custom control rig to clean up the animations and then articulate the hands, articulate the eyes, all that type of stuff. And then we have motion captured animations for our game. That would be fantastic. Playing in a Pixel Canvas event today. Ooh, nice. Nice. What are you playing? That's a good robot rig. Like, that's a good robot armature. Damn. So what are we doing? We're setting up a control node, a control rig. Ah, okay. Okay, one of those. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of art. There's a lot of art. Symmetry's fine. So we've got the armature created. We've got the bone high, like we've got all the bones set out. Constraints and controllers. Start by selecting the bone you want to add a constraint to. Add a constraint. We've already got the IK set up. Or we had the IK set up. I can get that done. Everyone's on the same canvas and each person can place a pixel every 30 seconds. Yeah. Worked on the D to Jam and programming dev areas on the bottom and some other designs. Nice. Very nice. How long it took you so far? So this armature, these bones here, we got that done in like probably like an hour and a half, 2 hours. The robot here, most of that is just using like parts from this kit bashing set. And then we've just modified bits and pieces. So we've modified the arms a bit. So there's no hydraulic there. We've modified the connection here so it's like covering up certain areas so that we don't need to worry about people looking into a hollow leg or something. We set up this middle part here. And then we set up the materials. And that took us probably a day and a half to get all of that kind of figured out where we want to put things and stuff. But this is just a test. So this mesh is just for us to test out our armature and our motion capture. So down the track, I'm going to remake this robot here. And I want to make it look more futuristic, more in line with this quality here. You know, so that's going to require me to do some sculpting and stuff like that. Just text and it took you a day. Well, I want my, like, if I don't have a proper mesh and a proper skeleton and such for my test, then my testing becomes invalid. Because if things don't work, but my mesh is incorrect, or my armature is incorrect, and that's why it's not working, all of a sudden my testing's pointless. So yeah, if I wanna make sure this is something that's gonna work, I need to make sure that I do it properly. It's not like code where I can be like, oh yeah, let's do like code for 2 minutes, and it's like, yep, cool, that's gonna work when I add all the detail and stuff to it. So I've got all of that. Test and fine tune the rig. Yep. Well, then 3D. None of this is teaching me how to create a control rig. Like, it just goes through the armature, and that's it. Let's see. Using 3ds Max 15. Okay, so I do need to set up a separate armature. Okay. So these two here, I can get rid of them. I can add an armature. We call this our rig. Okay. Now, is this going to be a copy of our existing armature? That's the Epic Skeleton model. Yeah, but like, I know that I was using that as an example of like the kind of thing I want to create a custom thing of, like a futuristic design. Yeah. Let's see, viewport display, turn that off. Turn that on. You deform copy world space transforms through the use of constraints from your control. If your rig directly deforms a character, and call it a control rig. Word. Nah, unfortunate. I reckon you should make it IRL. Seems simple enough. Totally. It's totally simple enough. I'll tell you what, it is so simple, Bosnia. It is so simple to make it. I'll give you $10 to make it in real life and ship it to me. That is how simple it is to make it. Yeah. So simple that I reckon you could make it for less than $10 and give it to me for $10. Yep. These bone controllers are in fact bones themselves. Okay, so maybe what I want to do is, instead of creating that, maybe I do need to go into here and go... Maybe I do just use the Rigify And I go... a Rigify type. It's not a limb. Spine. Head. What else is there? There's basic spine. Because yeah, if I have this, maybe if I go basic spine, and we have all of these set to basic spine. But then have this one as the tail. Then we have the head. Basic pivots. Basic pivots. Limb arm. Super palm. Arm. Leg. Leg. Basic copy chain. There's palm, but there's nothing for foot. I guess we just set it as paw. No bone collection have UI buttons assigned. Please check the bone collections UI subpanel. Okay, so Org nose not found. Yeah. Right. So there's a bunch of stuff under there that needs to be set up as well. Damn it. Can I ask what you got from Slime VR? Is it software or a physical suit with sensors? It's not a suit, it's trackers. So you go in here. I got these ones. These ones here. So what you do is they come with straps, and you, inside Slime VR, you allocate a tracker to a certain spot, and then you strap the tracker on using the straps, and then when you move, it moves that part of the body. So you can wear it with whatever. You don't need a specific suit or anything like that. You could create a suit, and then you just like slot the trackers into the suit if you wanted to. But yeah, if I pop this open, let's see, I think it's hiding. Yeah, so it's hiding the trackers that aren't connected at the moment. But I've got 12 trackers. I have 12 trackers set up. I wonder if I create this armature using MetaRig, and then no, because then I'd have to set up all of the weights and stuff, and I'd have to get rid of the bones that I don't need, like the face and whatnot. If I create that, and you see how it's got like torso and torso tweak. I'm not seeing a torso tweak. Because those are bone collections. Okay. ARM-IK, ARM-FK. Right, so there's empty bone collections, which I assume in here so we've got the UI layout, we've got like torso tweak. I guess I could go down that route. And what I would need to do... This one here. Delete those. Do that. So I'd have to move these around. This one here. That'll work. Then alright, so we do that. These collarbones here we don't really care about. Same with these ones, we don't care about them. Like, they aren't gonna do anything. Those neck bones. Yeah, that'll be fine. What up, Leet? Also, how you doing, K-Cog? My bad. I missed that. It's about where the joint is. Perfect. You. Over to there. Alright. Do that. Now I've got to remount, like reparent it and stuff. System with the robot creation, I see. I mean, if I want a game, like if I want to make my game, then I kind of need to be persistent with it. Like... let's see. Parents with empty groups. Now, I would have to rename a lot of this. All of that. Sign there. That can be assigned upper chest. All of that. Can be assigned to head. I mean, I guess I could have this assigned to one of the necks. Get rid of all of my custom groups. Now I'm gonna have to redo all of that. Oh, I have to redo it all. What up, Yag? How you doing? Actually, that's spine 5, your spine 4. I think neck should be assigned to spine 4. I think all of this. Sign there. I'm doing well, thanks, Yag. I'm currently trying to get this thing rigged. And then I'm going to have to rename a bunch of the vertex groups and a bunch of the bones so that I can do my BBH recording. It's going to be very tough. It's going to be very, very tough. But if I can get it working, if I can actually get this working, then I can not only do motion capture animations for my stuff, I can then offer motion capture animations for other indie devs. And be like, don't spend like thousands of dollars on motion capture stuff. I'll do it. Now, that's the other thing, is I'm gonna need... to add eyes and whatnot, but I'll deal with that after. Do with that after. Spend a few hundred, maybe. So all of that. Well, actually. Because that's the shoulder, isn't it? Yeah, that's the shoulder L. But I don't want the shoulder. All I want is upper arm L. Then that is forearm L. All of that. All of that will be hand L. I can worry about getting other bits and pieces done later. That there will be toe L. L. Shin L. Thigh L. Right. Right. Cool. Cool. Just wanted to make sure that was correct. Sign. What up, Fanny Slam? How you doing? What's the Happa Haps? Right. Now we go to these for arm right. Forearm right. Hand right. Now we need to get those parts done. Yeah. Off to therapy to discuss you. Good. Good. When you're in therapy, I want you to randomly go, holy flippity flabbergasting gadunticles. Just randomly. That would be hilarious. Not the gadunticles.
Holy flibbity flabby gadunting gadunticles.
No, flibbity flabbity. Not flibbity flabby. Jesus Christ. That's just rude. Hey. All of that can be assigned to Spine 2. That can be assigned to Spine 3. That can be assigned... Oh shit, no. No. Spine. Spine 1. Do that. Spine 2. Will be that. I have not put these anywhere yet. Spine 1, 2, 3. Hang on. Okay. Well, that. That works. That works. Let's do the ads. The words, level 8. Let's do it. Get ahead in the game. Rear. There we go. What's the fake letter? N. N is the fake letter. Yep. Well done, Desist. Well done. N can suck it. The secret word is not armor, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Amor. Ream. Main. Oh yeah, that's right. More. A rarer. Oh, rare. Duh. Oh. Aroma. That's the word I was trying to spell. Let's do one more. I'm definitely not putting off doing more of this armature rigging work. Definitely not. Nah. I don't know what you're talking about. The R is fake. No, not the R. N. The N is fake. Streaking a 10 stream streak. My goodness. There you go, Desist. Well done. Well done. Yakka. Damn it. Crab. Ooh, that's one. Drab. Drab's a word in there.
Shilling for the poor, please.
Nah. Carb. No. Card is already there. Alright, I'll take drab. Nice. Nice. Level 11 on the next ad break. Well done, y'all. Well done. So now we need to do this annoying ass crap. So... We've got the pelvis there too. So if I... Hang on. If I take all of this, I assign that to left. And I remove these. We go upper leg, like thigh L. Then we assign that to spine. I wonder what that will look like. Well. Not quite. This is why I need to remove these parts. I need to remove these parts from the robot so that it's like just the leg that's controlling this. If we went into weight painting, you can see how that's all like so. But if I do this, if we do that, we go Elvis left. Alright. Let's see. I'm fine with that for the time being. Need to do something similar on this side now. So it's everything. Everything assigned to that. And everything assigned to that. There we go into the weight painting. So the thigh. And we go to the pelvis, right? All right. Cool. That's good enough. Good enough for the time being. Now, obviously, we can generate the rig. Bone position is disjoint. Incorrect armature for type chain bone. Cannot connect to chain. Spine 4 cannot connect to chain. What do you mean? What do you mean spine 4 cannot connect to chain? Ah, yeah. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Now we've got this nice stuff here. If I select this and we set IK stretch to nothing, then what I would need to do is parents. Huh. That is hand IK. So I have a feeling that if I select that, I have hand IK. And IKL. Is that it? Yes, that is it. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So how do we set that up in that case? We have the rig. We have the robot parented to the rig. But the groups are based on the armature. Not necessarily the rig. Does that mean okay, yeah, I don't know. If I remove all groups, then I parent armature deform. That's how it's not deforming. We go empty groups. Okay, there we go. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. So we needed to add the def front of all of it. So if we do that, we go deform. Because if we do this, the weights that I have there we are. See that? Yeah. And now I can I can tinker with the constraints here to make sure that this doesn't bend on the incorrect axis, and it only bends like that way. Yeah, it doesn't go up and down or anything like that. So next time I need to make sure that I don't do any weighting, like any of the weight painting, until I create the form. But I also need to know, how am I going to add some extra bones, like the eyes and stuff like that. I guess I could sweet. Set all of the IK stretch. It's nothing. Like, see that? We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. How do we do that? So if I add a limit rotation, Okay. It's not that. How we doing, Ving? How can I add a limitation here? It must be on this. Damn it. I don't know how to get this to not rotate. Because I only want this. I guess with the hand, I could lock... Like, I could add a constraint on the hand. You just got hard lock and soft lock augments somewhat functional. Nice. Nice. I'm trying to figure out how to get this to be somewhat functional. See how it doesn't seem to care. That's annoying. It's right in between 97 and 98. Okay, 97.7. $253. Almost the slightest bit. You might be wondering, why am I being so pedantic about this? Because the hand should not move off that. Like maybe the X will be fine to rotate around because it's circular. But the Z and the Y shouldn't bend up or down because it's just a pole going into the hand. There's no flexibility up and down, only rotating on the X. There we go. So now, it still isn't adhering. Because that's pose space. What if we have local space with parent? Maybe instead of that, maybe we just go copy transform. No. It wouldn't be a copy transform. Copy rotation. There we are. There we are. We want to copy the forearm tweak. Okay, so if we do that, that's weird. But that's mostly what I want it to be. That's basically what I want it to be, right there. Maybe not perfect, but, you know. All right. So we now know how to have the hand remain in place. This here. It's not a limit rotation. No, so if it's... Is that it? That feels very close. Not quite. It needs to be an upper arm. Upper arm L tweak 1. Not quite it. It's not quite locking, is it? How do we stop that from rotating on? Like, how do we stop it going up and down, left and right? Just putting in a limit rotation doesn't do anything. Be local with parent. What if? Nope. These tweaks are going to be very frustrating to try and do. And this is something I need to take into account for the next model that I do. The next armature. Like the next robot that we make. I need to make sure the elbows, wrists, and shoulders can all rotate. Rigging looks so painful. So, you've got to remember that this meta rig stuff is designed for, like, natural things, like human movement and stuff like that, where the joints can like rotate in a bunch of different directions and stuff. They're not designed for like robot constraints and stuff like that. So, like, they're not designed for the elbow to just be able to go forward and backward, because you're able to rotate your upper arm, which also rotates your elbow slightly. Yeah. Whereas this doesn't, like, you can't do that with this, because having that rotate out of place still looks painful to deal with. It is, but it's not because rigging itself is difficult. It's because of how I'm doing it. As I should not be considered an authority on doing this correctly. It's like that hand there, that's correct. Basically, I only want this to be able to move forward and backward. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. I think I need to... I need a locked track. I need to lock the Y. I need to lock the Z. And the X. I do not know. It's basically this one here should copy the rotation from here. I feel that's correct. Don't want that. Don't want that. I don't know. This track too. Legacy track constraints. Prone to twisting artifacts. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any way to get this to point anywhere or do what I want. I wonder. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Because there's something else I need to worry about that's probably more important at this point. Need to get rid of that. So under here, we need to go through these. We need to rename all of these bones. We need to rename them to similar bones to what we have in this one. Need to rename them to similar bones as here. It's like spine 0 is hips. All that sort of stuff. And then there's also a bunch of other bones under here. Such as neck, head. Okay. So we need hip, waist. This one here. Hip. Waist. You will be left upper leg, right upper leg. The reason why I need to do this is so that the motion capture, the BBH file, is correctly mapping. Does this have any sort of pelvis bone? It doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. This one here is lower chest, upper chest, shoulder, right shoulder, you'll be neck, head, head tip, upper left. That's going to be Left upper arm, right upper arm. Alright. We got ads coming in though. See. Alright. I'm gonna give you his words. I'm gonna BRB for a minute. And let's see if we can beat level 11. Alright? Alright. There's the first word for yous. Alright. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Unfortunately, not in time to save you all. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh, hang on. What's happened? Why can't I hear anything? That's why. I think. No. Yep. I had my microphone turned down. Whoops. Whoops. Well. Yeah. We tried. No one can say we didn't try. Alright, let's redo it. Restart. So getting these... Well, we get these bones renamed, recreate the rig, reparent, but we don't do any kind of weighting or anything like that. And then, because we'll just reuse the weights we've already got, I will have to rename all of the vertex groups as well, though. With right, well done, Uni. Jeepers. Is this correct? It is correct. Nice. Nice. Well, that was straight out of my ass. What, right? With Gert. That's in the Australian national anthem, which I think is I hate the national anthem. Rit. Got it. Would have been un-Aussie to forget Gert. Eh. Alright. Alright. Level 4 on the next ads. What do we need? Left lower arm. No, whoops. Right lower arm. Duh. Now I haven't set up the hands. No, I don't have hand tracking, so I don't need to worry about those too much. Shin. Right lower leg. Right foot. Oops. Oops. Foot. What do you mean? What do you mean to each their own? Is there a... There's a left wrist twist. A left heel. Okay, so right heel. Left heel. Then there's a left foot middle. Like a left middle foot, a right middle foot. Right. Okay, so they have left middle foot and left toe. I guess. I message that said, oh no, why does the robot have breastbones, but it got flagged? Huh, I didn't see that. Interesting. I'm gonna get rid of those, and I'm gonna hopefully what'll happen is Rigify will just happily create everything as it should. But who knows? I doubt it will work. I do have my doubts that it will work. Let's see. Do I want this to be right toe? Yeah, that's good enough. That stuff I'm going to be doing manually anyway. Let's see. Is that all I need? I think that's all I need. Rufai does get mad whenever you delete any of its bones, but I believe it's adjustable. Yeah, exactly. So if we generate this rig here, yep. All right, so okay. This one here. Hip. Waist. Lower chest. Upper chest. Neck. Head. Head tip. Left shoulder. Left upper arm. Left lower arm. Okay, this will allow me to keep my existing... It'll allow me to keep my existing weighting and apply it to our new... pelvis, right pelvis, left upper leg, right upper leg. Actually, what am I doing? Why did I have that as right upper leg? I want that to be left lower leg. Left toe, left heel. Oh. Too much. But this is stuff that I can remember for next time. Because there will be a next time. All right. There we go. Make sure all of that's correct. There's that. That rotation there. Ooh. Oops. Because their roll is already set to 0. Alright. Generate the rig. Now that's straight down. Is kind of what you want. Well, they're mostly straight down. They're a bit spun off. Close enough. That there I can actually delete. That's some more mesh that I can delete. Hell yes. Hell yes. All right. Yeah. Now. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my trackers. I'm going to put them on. I'm going to do a small recording of some motion. And we're going to hope that it works. We are going to hope that it works. Alright, so do a ballerina dance. I can't even like raise my leg straight. Like I can't keep my leg straight up to hip height. Damn it, that hurts. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna get this set up. There's so many trackers. Got upper arm, got hip. Lower arm, chest, upper arm, lower arm, waist. I'm not going to do all of the trackers. I'm not going to worry about head. I'm not going to worry about legs or feet. I just want to do like a simple upper body movement. Just simple. Simple, simple, simple. And that one on. Wait for it to be detected. Then we can get the next one on. Get my straps ready. You know how I love my straps. I mean, what? Turn them all on, one at a time. I don't like turning them all on at once because I find things get confused if I do that. They get very, very confused. Lower arm. Now we've got the right arm to do. If this works, I'm going to be very happy. Okay, lower arm is connected. Oops. One tracker is on. another. Third one. The chest.
Shoulder's gonna dislocate one day putting these on.
If that happens, then I know that I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Left arm. Left lower arm. That's right. Doing it incorrectly. Sometimes these straps are just very frustrating. There we go, that's the left arm done. Right arm. Done. And right lower. All right. Full reset. Okay. Jesus Christ, that delay on some of these. And this is why I need the control rig. Need the control rig so that when there's delays like that in the animation, I can correct them. I find that it's always the left arm. It's always this one that's like slow to the party. Every single time. Alright, let's chord. Alright. Oh, that already has the rig. That's already got the armature. Okay, so now I can have a look. Ah. Okay, so how can I... How can I retarget that? Because that's the other thing I haven't done. Like, I can find this. Like, I can't find the deform hand anywhere, though. I assume that's because these are connected in some way to the original meta rig. This here, if I rotate you 180. Huh? Okay, so I need those. Why can't I? Oh, that's why. Viewport display in front. Let's see. I'm gonna put my headphones back in. All right. So. And get rid of all that. That's right hip, left hip. So, I think I need to get rid of that again. Need to get rid of that. Okay, so I need to do some renaming of some bones here. Capitalized. Once again. Oh, it just goes straight to chest. And upper chest. Okay. Chest. Upper chest. Left upper shoulder. Okay. Left upper arm, lower arm, hand. This also has fingers that don't do anything. Okay, we're not going to worry about those. We don't care about moving those over. So upper chest, neck, head. Okay. So we don't need head tip. Still have it, but that's fine. Right shoulder. Right upper arm. Right lower arm. Right hand. Right upper leg. Lower leg. Foot. Now they've also got the leg underneath the hip. I'm not sure if that's going to cause any issues for me. It probably will. Oh. Knowing my luck. So. It's probably the collections. No. And get rid of all those. I'm wondering if I need to reparent the mesh to this. And then we've got to do stuff. Bye-bye, Sammy. Have a good one. So, how do we get this? Like, do I copy the animation position? Like, do I copy the bone positions over? This obviously has like the tracker and stuff. So that there is hip. I'm assuming it's because There's things like the knee tracker. Which, I mean, it doesn't have any. How? Hip, waist, chest, upper chest, neck. I don't think this is gonna work. At least not with... At least not as easy as I think it's gonna work. There's got to be a way to do it, though. Right foot. Right toe. Right heel. Okay. Um, I don't get it. Let's see. I'm gonna go Wenda BVH animation. See if we can find anything on here. Stores raw skeletal motion data in simple human readable text that almost any 3D application can pass. Below the hierarchy, the motion section contains I know how to import them. Set the forward and up axis to match your sort data. Adjust the scale if the skeleton imports to the wrong size. Choose whether to import as an armature with bones or object with empties. Armature is usually what you want. Motion Builder has native BVH. Yep. Most comprehensive free BVH source is that. Not quite. Import retargets and animation and use. Okay. Auto Rig Pro, which is you got to purchase. Constraint-based manual retargeting. Approach works for any BVH blender armature or import FBX skeleton. Select the target armature and enter pose mode. For each bone you want to retarget, add a copy rotation constraint. Set the target to the source mocap armature and the bone to the corresponding bone name. Right. Right. So what I might be able to do is under here, for say hip, I could go, let's look at this, copy rotation of test Then we do this. All of them. It's the shoulders that are a problem. I think it's the shoulders that are a problem. Because we don't need the shoulder. I think for this one, we can copy the left upper arm rotation. Yes. You copy rotation. Left lower arm. Okay. So the other thing I could do that's the left hand. That's the right. Get rid of all this. That being the left arm upper. So if I now do a copy rotation, and that's not right. That's incorrect. I don't know why it's not working either. Hydrate. I can do that. We need... I'm taking a break from that. We need the test armature to be rotated to have the same rotation. And I think that's going to be a matter of when I import it, I need to select what the forward-facing direction is. That's easy. They always do that. And I don't know why. Like, it's very strange to me. I've got both of them. I can go here. Yeah, I may as well. Oh, that's a good move. So now I've got that. This is not going well for you. Let's do that. That's easy. That'll be the next best thing, right there. Actually, I'll let you have that if you want it. Yay! I had them surrounded. Nothing they could have done there. Oh, a 92.5. God damn. Ooh, nothing. No inaccuracies, no mistakes, no misses, no blunders. Ooh. It's all good stuff. I like it. I like it. Not a single problem with that. There were some better moves I could have done, but all the moves I did were at least good or better. So I'm happy with that. If only I could always play like that. Jeez. So yeah, this thing here. I'm gonna delete all of that. Delete you. And because of the retargeting, I don't need to worry about this stuff in the future. I can just leave it as whatever the meta regenerates them as. That's all I need to do. But we've got it set now, so we're not gonna change anything. All right, you. Negative Z forward. We actually want it to be negative Y forward. And Z up. Nope. In that case, if it had negative Z forward, X up. How do I reset this? I feel like that should be Y up. Yeah, there we go. So now what I can do if I do that, so what we can do for you, copy rotation of this. Hip. Why has that rotated it? Because they all have a roll of negative 180. Why? Why? Why is that happening? Why does it rotate my armature 180 degrees? Nothing's rotated. How you doing? Thank you for the follow, you fantastic git dunt. Hope you're having a great time. I know I'm being frustrated. All because of this pain in the ass. See? It rotated it all. It rotated it. It rotomated. I don't want it to rotomate. Okay, I see. Let's keep going. I think it's all good now. I think it's all good. Waste you. Chest. Upper chest. You. Why is... That ain't making sense. Some of them are rotated, some of them aren't. This isn't... What? What up, Swabby? No, I'm not artificial intelligence. I'm better. I'm actual intelligence. Yeah. Let's see. Copy the rotation from test. Go left lower leg. Now that's rotated itself again. Oh yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Copy test. Go leg. Not scale. Rotation. Chili complete. Nice. How was it? It was okay. You did it wrong. That's not right. This one here. You. Right hip. Right upper leg. You. Now you'll notice that these are all wacky. For some reason the right leg's over there. That's the right upper arm, that's the left upper arm. This doesn't make sense. But you have a nice title at work, perhaps head of department. You could say that I'm the head of operations. Truly some beans of all time. I'm going to get rid of all these copies. Boiler native. XYZ Euler. Euler XYZ. We have Z forward and Y up. We import. We get this. Now I've got the right arm over there again. It's facing backwards. And I don't know why it's facing backwards when I've imported it with... You know what I mean? I am making a game. That game there, Bobble Shop Sim, that's actually the game that we're releasing in like 4 days. I think we're releasing it in like 4 days. I'm doing bug fixes at the moment offline and such. So, yeah. This here is for my new game. I want to try and get this motion capture process set up. Because if I can do this motion capture process and create a whole video on how to do it for other indie devs and stuff like that, I feel like that'd be fucking spot on. But for some reason, We do motion capture BBH. We have a look. I changed that to negative. Everything's still the same. If I leave it as negative Z forward and Y up. Okay, so that's more accurate. That's more accurate. That's more like what we want. Right upper arm. Excellent, so that's all good. Was upper chest. Okay. All right. We're almost at a point. All right. So now we can start doing our copy rotations. Lean, making me multicolor, I see. Because what I can do after this, if I get the rig generated, then I can use the rig controls to fine tune the animation. Like, because you can see here how like there's that bend there. Like, I'd need to use rig controls to kind of correct that stuff. Get like animation curves set up and stuff like that. The hell's happening there? Ooh, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Everything's selected. Trying to find what's causing that. Weird mesh. It's only... It should be. Why does it not move? If I do the same thing with this, does the same thing happen? The fuck? We're going way over there. At least the left arm was... So that doesn't even make sense. And it's because these ones need to... Yeah, see how that one goes over there. Yes, there's something that's not right about this. There's something I'm missing. Something with like the hip on the import. Because obviously that's facing the other direction. But I don't think that should matter. So motion capture for a robot. I'm gonna have to really rework this armature. I'm gonna have to create like a full custom armature. That somehow maps to the BBH file armature.
How do we do that?
How are we gonna do that? That feels insane. I feel like I'm going insane. Called retargeting. It's called remanadonoing. Like, I know it's retargeting, but the issue is that the retargeting is not retargeting correctly. So this thing here is facing the incorrect direction. Right? Facing the incorrect direction. If I have it face... If I import it so that Y is the other direction, all of a sudden it's importing it... All of a sudden the remapping rotates up here as well. Like the copy rotation happens up here as well. The only thing I can think of is that we copy this hip position when we do that, but we don't. So it's not something that I have exported. It's a motion capture file. So it's not like I can... It's not like I created the animation, I exported it, and now I'm importing it here. I've just recorded the motion capture, and now I'm importing that motion capture here. So... You can see how negative Z forward, if I change that to positive Z forward and I import, you'll notice that it's now facing this direction, right? If I go into here, you'll notice that this is the left upper arm, and that matches this, which has the left upper arm there, right? So they're both left on that side, right? If I go into here, if I have this copy the rotation of the hip, you notice that it's rotated the entire thing. So that's not correct. So I'm wondering if I turn off the Z, and then I continue re-importing everything else as normal. Like, continue retargeting everything else as normal. but turn off the Zs for these. And then this one, left upper arm, I copy the rotation of left upper arm. No. That's not going to be correct either. And see how it's now like completely flipped. But if I have it rotate right upper arm, still incorrect. And that's going to be, like, I know why that's happening. It's happening because this shoulder here see, we've got that. But we don't want to copy those in. Because technically that shoulder there, technically does not exist for our robot. Our robot does not technically have a shoulder. All of this is just upper arm. So what I would need to do I would have to change the animation completely. I don't think I can motion capture a robot's animations. Not without... Not without having the robot be a human. Like with the same deforms and stuff as a human, but at that point it's just a human character. If I do that and I set the influence to 0, and we change this to left shoulder, that's now completely upside down. I have no idea what's going on with that vertex either. It's going to require a lot of tinkering.
I mean, I hope that by doing all of this, that stops freaking out whenever I move it. Excellent. Now, to give it a test. Cool. Cool. All right. So how would I need to set up this armature? But every time I map the shoulder, I wonder. Good night, Mana. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us. I wonder if the issue is I don't have enough trackers. Because I have some trackers for the legs, feet, and head. But I don't have any trackers for shoulders. Actually, instead of looking through that, I'm just pop this out. And you can see how there's right shoulder and left shoulder assignment. Which means I would need, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. I would need 6 more trackers. Because I've got the thigh trackers. I've got the ankle trackers. I have the feet trackers and I have the head tracker. But I'm missing the upper chest, the neck, the shoulders, and the hands. The hands I'm not worried about. Hands I'm not worried about. I don't care about those. Or maybe. Yeah. I think I might have hand trackers as well. Yes, I have hand trackers as well. So I really just need the shoulders, the neck, and the upper chest. The only issue with that is I would have to get another 6. Oh no, I have to get another 4. So I'd have to go the lower body set. Like that's the only thing I could do. Which would be an extra 220 US. Well, that's a lot. What if I made him myself? I'm finding this to not really be accurate. Like, if you have a look at all my trackers, they average probably close to like 25, 30. Yeah. So yeah, that's not really going to help. What if I recorded upper body? What if I recorded upper body and had like the ones that I have mapped for the shoulders, mapped for the knees, use those for the shoulders. Ones that I have set up for the ankle, or ankles, use that for like head and neck. Or sorry, chest and neck. Record the upper body. And then take those trackers, move them to the lower body for the feet, knee, like feet, knee, or feet, thigh, ankle sort of thing. And then do the lower half. Import them both as two separate animations, and then no, because it doesn't fix the issue of the shoulder, because the shoulder is what's breaking things. This would only really work for humanoid characters. I think something's wrong with the skeleton of your mustache. Lies. Impossible. The mustache is infallible. There's nothing wrong with it. There is something wrong with everything else in the universe. Yep. The mustache is God, not a cult. Hashtag not a cult. So the robots I'll have to animate by hand. The character, I'll have to mocap them myself. Alright. Cool. Yeah, I need to redo some of that. I need to remodel it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to redo the modeling of this character offline. Get it made how I want it to look. And then we can go through rigging and animating it later. What I want to do... CD into here. Could potentially work if using two different recordings, one lower body, one upper body, to account for lack of trackers. Also unable to use for existing robots as mesh structure will not support it. Need to keep this in mind for next round of robots. Next round of robots. So basically, I would need the shoulder. Oh, yeah. It's like the shoulder bone would need to be mapped to an actual shoulder piece. But when I'm doing the animation, I would need to make sure... No, because even doing that would move the shoulder when you... But for a robot, you wouldn't want that to move the shoulder outside the rotation up. Yeah. Damn it. Spent 5 minutes figuring out what a variable was representing. Who wrote this horrible code in my solo dev project? I hate that. I write all this amazing code. It's all perfect and working. And then I come back to it a week later. And it's like, who changed all of my fantastic code to this shit? I didn't write this. Surely someone else changed it. Might need to only use motion capture or actual humanoid characters that have natural movement, not mechanical characters. Alright. I think what I'll do tomorrow in that case what we'll do tomorrow in that case is we will start this. I have to completely fix up that blend scene, that blend file, because this is gonna suck. So what I'll need to do for the next, like what I'll need to do tomorrow, is start setting up our scene transition stuff. So when we start the game, I'll need to set up like a area out here where like start setting up the hand scanner, start setting up the doorway of like that, have that load in a specific level, start getting all of that set up. Yeah, alright. The variable now has 3 lines of documentation. Time you're on tomorrow. It's in the middle of night for me. I might usually be sleeping when you stream. So I generally start 6 hours ago. So, yeah. Yeah. 6 hours ago your time. Have a good one, Swabby. Let's see. Since we can't raid Cavino because he's not doing game dev stuff at the moment, he's doing non-game dev things and doesn't want to stream while he does that. Can you believe it? Can you believe that? Anyway, we'll go say hi to Freedom, who is doing game dev stuff. And I make the joke about Cavino because he has Freedom Forge Studios, and this is Freedom Studios. Alright, I'll get that stuff prepared for tomorrow. Get the modeling and stuff prepared for tomorrow so that we can start getting that set up. And we'll deal with the robot animations and stuff at a later time. Yeah. Frustrating. I was really hoping that this would pan out, but it doesn't look like it's going to. At least not for robot characters. For biological, natural-based characters, it should still work. So we'll test that out at a future point. All right. Toodles, you gadunts.